Test, test. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Today is Tuesday, March 12th, 2024, and we'll call to order the meeting of the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners, and the time is 8:59. Our next order of business is we'll look at we'll have an agenda review. Are there any changes or comments for the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. And if we could ask our county attorney for, to go over our conflicts of interest.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to make sure that the business before you, there's no conflicts of interest. Whether you have personal or financial interest in the business that is before you, please indicate so. If not, you can proceed. I'll start with Commissioner Mornis.
I have no conflict of interest. It's not working. Okay.
Let's see.
I have no conflict of interest.
I have no conflict.
I have no conflict.
Thank you.
We're all very loud.
There.
Okay, and the next item is public or press comment. This is limited to 3 minutes each. And if everyone's signed on the sheet.
Donna O'Cray Parman.
Morning.
And if you could say your name and address.
Is it working? Yes. Excuse me. My name is Donna O'Cray Parman. I live at 529 High Point Circle. I would like to ask you 4 questions, and I really would like to have answers. The first one is the most important. Are you going to rescind your resolution 2454, which controls what people can wear and say on all county properties? There's a misconception in the county right now that your resolution last meeting was just about the 100-foot rule on election days on voting days. And the way it reads is that the electioneering definition says it refers to the posting, use, or distribution of political signs, clothing, literature or other items, physical or digital, or the activity of persuading people, spoken or written, to vote for a particular party, candidate, issue, or ballot measure. That is an infringement of our First Amendment right to free speech and expression. I have a copy of our Constitution here, and I hope that you all will rescind that resolution and just keep it back with the way that has been in our nation for as long as I've lived, where you cannot wear anything campaign attire or pass out things within 100 feet of any polling station. Please change that back, because you cannot tell people what they can wear and what they can say on county property. Please respond to me about that. Number 2, are you going to continue to pay employees to seek out grants from state and federal authorities, which is just taking money from other pockets in our jeans, rather than live within our ample budget and stop this welfare county practice? I noticed in your website that you are spending money to put a new roof on the community center. Lo and behold, without the 1A new tax, we're finding money in our budget to do the things that this county needs, and these things are necessary. Number 3, will you halt your plan to spend millions of dollars for a food pantry? Its design, construction, maintenance, utilities, insurance. For the original intended purpose of this was to supply food for needy people. And for that, we are all in. But you don't even make sure that the people that are taking all the food out of that building that we have already are needy people. And if we do just serve the needy people, we wouldn't need
Okay,
a
it's
a $1.5 million new food community annex. And number 4, will you stop pushing forward your agenda for childcare subsidized by this county until there's been an outcry by the people of Gilpin County and not just the employees of the county? Because you had a meeting at the rec center and almost nobody showed up that needed daycare. So if the people need it and they're pounding on your doors and saying, please help us, people found a way. People found another way. And my last just comment on the childcare thing. Can you tell me who paid for the free spaghetti dinner with the free childcare, giving every family a $25 gift card to attend this free dinner and put into a drawing for a 10 punch card use for the Gilpin Rec Center? Who paid for that? I mean, you're paying people to come to a meeting to
Thank
find out
you.
if they need daycare or not.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Donna.
Kathleen Balfour.
My name's Kathleen Balfour. I live at 392 Tchaikovsky Road. Well, 2 weeks ago, Sam, can't remember his last name, Bauer, I think, Sam, gave us a little information about our low taxes in our county. Commissioner Mornis said, thank you. And that we realize, and she realizes that the people of this county appreciate those low taxes and want to keep the low taxes. I saw that as a prelude, Mr. Sam's presentation as a prelude to maybe adding a sales tax to our county. We don't need a sales tax. We shop here because we have no sales tax. And if you want people to keep shopping here, keep the taxes low. I hope it's not a prelude to putting more tax agendas on the voting on the voters this November. With that, I wanted to talk just really quick about the pantry again, the food pantry. I was given by Mr. Rears the first comprehensive condition assessment of the old food pantry. It came to the conclusion you could fix it, do it, remodel it, make it beautiful for $350,000, which would save our taxpayers over $1 million. Then I find in the agenda today, item number 9, the Colorado Community Health Alliance has given a grant to purchase a vehicle for the Gilpin County Food Pantry, a food pantry that's open 2 hours and 45 minutes for 1 day a week. They got a grant from the Colorado Community Health Alliance to purchase a vehicle, a brand new vehicle. Who's going to be driving it? After the vehicle's bought, who pays the insurance? Who keeps up who maintains it? Who gets the repairs? Who puts new tires on it? Who pays the insurance? Who pays if something happens in an accident? That would be the grant still? Is that enrolled in the grant also? Does anybody know what the Colorado Community Health Alliance is? No? Yes? It's Colorado Medicaid. Colorado Medicaid has given you a grant for a car, a truck, a vehicle, brand new vehicle for the food pantry that's open 2 hours a day so you can drive food to pop up. Now we not only want a $1.5 million food pantry, now we want little pop-up food pantries all around the county. And the taxpayers will pay for the insurance, the gas, the upkeep, and the maintenance of this new vehicle. I think it's a waste of money. I think you guys are out of control, and I think our tax dollars are still being wasted.
Jan Hedrick.
Jan Hedrick, 205 Weasel Way. This is in regards to the food pantry being proposed. I realize the current building does not or does have issues, and we truly do have families in need. However, building a new $1.3 million facility is not the solution. You can live within your means and do something more realistic than that. This is going from one extreme to the other. We would all like to live in a mansion. However, the rest of us have to live within our means. And obviously, I think you guys should be also. A food pantry employee, I was quote told to dream big when they were asking what they want, like a new pantry. Well, dreaming big at the cost of the taxpayers of Gilpin County is not, in my opinion, acceptable, nor is it responsible to the residents of the county. Please keep in mind that the funding of the food pantry is not a statutory requirement. I believe there are probably many counties who do not run food pantries. The number of clients that the Gilpin Human Services is claiming to actually use a pantry is very misleading. It's probably like 4 times. They're quadrupling the numbers. I think you need to go back to them and look at those numbers because they are not accurate. They're misleading. The county cannot afford to maintain its current buildings, and yet you want to add another one to the mix? Has anyone taken into consideration even the cost of just heating this building, the insurance and everything else involved with this? This is obviously going to be paid for by the taxpayers' dollars. Not to mention the fact that the food pantry being turned over to a nonprofit is being considered at this time. So why in the heck? And they've also said that they would take over even without the new building. So why in the heck would we be spending $1.3 million if a nonprofit was going to be taking it over? As far as the commercial kitchen goes, this is just another case of dreaming big. No one has said how much it's going to cost. From what I've been told, commercial kitchens are very expensive. And this will benefit a very few people in our county. You're not supporting other businesses who need help. So why would we support 4 or 5 families who want to operate out of the community kitchen? Not to mention the fact that this could be a logistical nightmare trying to rent this out on an hourly basis. So far, there have been no confirmed grants over the cost of building this structure. I was told they're hoping to receive such grants and they'll worry about that later if it doesn't come through. Also, unless these are non-government grants, the money is still coming out of taxpayers' dollars at some point. Money isn't free, guys. I'm urging you to be responsible with taxpayers' dollars and listen to them. Have you considered engaging the residents of this county in the conversation involving this rather than having 4 or 5 people making these decisions, or the people that are involved in the food pantry? I think the county needs to be involved in conversation, know what's going on. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan. Is there anyone online?
No one has raised their hand, so no.
Okay, and seeing there's no one online, we'll now move on to the consent agenda.
I would like to remove on the consent agenda the minutes from February 27, 2024. I'd like to remove them so that I would like to bring up the attention that there's been discussion among the commissioners about how much information should be put on the public comment section. And I've gone back and forth about the amount of information in there. I guess the consensus is to keep it brief and to just indicate if for or against, or one statement on the position.
Okay, is there a second for that? Okay, and having a motion and a second, all in favor of removing and which minutes were those? The date? 3/7. I'm sorry, you're not a commissioner with which minutes?
Oh, February 27th.
Okay, and all those in favor?
I didn't hear you.
In favor
Of approval.
of removing the minutes
Removing
from the
minutes.
consent agenda?
Yes. Aye.
Okay, and those opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Okay, and does not pass 1 to 2. And I'll now entertain a motion for the consent agenda approval.
Madam Chair, I make motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And that passes 3-0. And let's see, now we'll have Sahari McCormick to present for us.
Morning. Jesse Harden joined. Sorry, I like to stand. Jesse Hartman joined the clerk's department almost 1 year ago. And when you hire someone, you think you know how it'll go, but you never actually know. Well, Jesse was one of those rock star hires that a manager gets lucky with. I have a file folder full of accolades that Jesse has received. Customers have taken time to tell me personally how happy they've been with her customer service. And if you've ever walked into motor vehicles, you always see Jessie with a big smile on her face. She has taken the department and embodied it and turned it into her own, learning all she can and striving every day to learn more and assist more. Her enthusiasm is contagious. So we'd like to honor you, Jessie, with the Shout Out Award. Read it. Hold on. In recognition of the following valuable contributions, in recognition of her excellent work on our motor vehicles registration office, reducing fraud and protecting residents of Gilpin County by investigating and blocking unlawful registration of vehicles to private addresses in Gilpin County, along with many, many, many other accolades for our residents. So Jessie, I'd like to present you with this award. And thank you. Thank you. Jessie's good at smiling. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. And thank you, Jessie.
Jesse,
We
thank you.
appreciate your hard
Thanks for your
work.
good work.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we'll move on. Melanie Bliner. We'll talk about our proclamation for Women's History Month.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Melanie Blyther, Community Engagement Officer. I'd like to present the proclamation in support of Women's History Month. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, if you would, please.
Whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Gilpin County, other local communities, and the nation. And whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of the life of our county, state, and nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the county, state, and nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force. And whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our county, state, and nation. And whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women have served our country courageously in the military, whereas the County of Gilpin recognizes that American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to read the rest?
Okay, and now therefore be it resolved by the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners that March is designated as Women's History Month, calling upon the people of Gilpin County to observe March as Women's History Month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to add that we have the second all-woman board in Gilpin County history, so
Yes.
it's exciting.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
And now for an update on our capital projects. I'll have Facilities Director Brian Keenan present to us.
Just for a point of order, Commissioner Berman, did you want to vote on the
Oh,
proclamation?
okay, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and I'll entertain a motion for the proclamation.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the proclamation in support of Women History Month in Gilpin County.
A second?
Okay, having a motion and second, all in favor of the proclamation in support of Women's History Month in Gilpin County? Aye.
Aye.
And proclamation's adopted 3-0.
Thank you.
Okay. And welcome, Ryan.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I'll try to give a high level. I'm not going to read word for word off of the information that's in the packet. But if there are any questions along the way, of course, please feel free to stop and address them. So to start, there's 13 main projects that are in my department this year. 4 of them are carried over. We started them in 2023, and they're being finished now in 2024. The 4 that are being finished now are the replacement of the rooftop units at the community center, adding credential lock systems to the exterior of our buildings, the Apex renovations, and the Dory Lake engineering project. Other ones we have is we're looking at building out an office space for the treasurer's office. We're replacing the low slope roof portions of both the Justice Center and the community center. We're looking to replace the front porch decking here at the old courthouse. We're also looking to work with CSHQA architects to give us design plans for a food pantry. We're doing a multiple site HVAC replacement that'll cover Dakota Hill, some work here at the old courthouse, some work at the Justice Center as well. We're doing multiple site engineering services to look at some issues we have in different buildings, mostly the community center and Justice Center, but as well as Dakota Hill. We are replacing the well pumps for our main campus that feeds the community center, Justice Center, food pantry, exhibit barn, the 2 well pumps that supply water to all those buildings. And we're looking to replace the fire alarm systems in multiple buildings as well, the community center, Justice Center, and Apex. So that's the high level. There's statuses on all of these, and I think I'd like to hear from the commissioners which ones you maybe are most curious about, instead of going through each and every one very specifically about where they are. I can also say all but 1 are contracted. We're working on the last one, the engineering firm. So all the projects that started this year are already contracted. So great work by Brad and the legal team to get us through that for the majority of our projects. So questions specifically about certain projects or ones you guys want to discuss more specifically?
I don't have any questions. I have to get out my spectacles to read this, but so I'm assuming the 2 with the red locks are the ones that we are not doing. One was the courthouse windows and the other is the new furniture for this room.
Correct. I gave a chart starting from 2022 to really show the timeline of some of these projects, because some have really started as early as 2022. But correct, the 2 projects that we looked at in the past that we decided we're not going to move forward on were new windows here at the old courthouse, as well as new furniture for the gallery. Those were projects that were brought up, talked about, but we didn't move forward with, as it seemed like there were other priorities.
Did all of the projects for 2021 get finished, or did they mostly carry over?
No, we completed all of our projects that started in 2021. That's why I started in 2022. We don't really have anything lingering from 2021 at this point, and not really from 2022. Most of them had started in 2023 that have just carried over into this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at your construction schedule here, and that I know a lot of them are going to be starting in construction in this warmer weather, and are you expecting them to carry over to 2025? Which ones do you think would be, are they
No.
going to be completed in 2024?
I think with the way we changed scheduling this year, I don't expect any of these to move forward into 2025 at this point. No.
Okay.
And you'll bring us a list at budget time for next year.
I sure will. Hopefully, the majority of them are done by that point in time. I think some of them that have started this year will go into November or so of this year, but it should complete nonetheless. But again, probably by August, September, we'll look to have discussions for what we're going to do in 2025 to keep the same schedule to make sure we're effective and getting projects done within a year's worth of time each year as much as possible.
I guess I do have one question. When will the courthouse decking be done?
Let's see. I have the project. I'll look at the description to get the exact update. We should be complete with the courthouse decking. Let's see. End of July.
Thank you.
That's good. And it does look like for the Justice Center and the Community Center, the rooftop work should be done about July as well. So that'll be a big lift off of the list that needs to be taken care of as far as, the ongoing water damage and all that was happening.
Absolutely. I mean, I know that's both roofs have been an ongoing issue for a long time, and glad to be getting them done. I think that'll make everyone happy.
I have just a general question. I know during the assessment that was done in 2023 for across all our facilities, one of the descriptions they had for the two roofs for the sheriff's office, the sheriff's department, and the rec center was that the slope was not severe enough for good drainage. Are we replacing it in kind? Are we trying to do anything to address that low slope?
Absolutely. We are looking to address those issues at the community center. Some of the areas where there's ponding and there's not enough slope to the nearest internal drain sets, we're looking to add polyiso sheets and crickets and actually put in some new drains where we can overcome the deficiency. At the Justice Center, we have enough room where we can add enough insulation and crickets over top of it to pitch everything to the existing drains, but that is absolutely part of the plans.
Okay.
And currently, the contractor doing both those roofs is drafting plans, and they won't be moving forward in any work until we approve those plan sets. But that is part of their scope of work.
Good, thank you.
Thanks for the update.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I'll entertain motion that recess from the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the local liquor licensing authority.
Madam Chair, I ask that we make motion to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the local liquor license authority.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And we are now convening as the local liquor licensing authority.
It's a mouthful.
Okay, and Sahari.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today I'm here to present the annual liquor license renewal application for Mid-County Liquors. They have met all the requirements to have their license renewed. The Sheriff's Office has confirmed that their background check is clear. All fees have been paid, and Mary Kate McKenna, the owner, is on the meeting call should you have any questions. I do recommend approval of the annual renewal at the local level.
And are there any questions or comments regarding this?
I have none.
Nope, I assume everything's going well.
Yep.
No?
Okay, great. Okay.
Pretty straightforward.
I wish to thank Mary Kate McKenna for attending. Thank you.
Okay, since there are no questions or comments regarding this, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I will move to approve the retail liquor license renewal application for Mid-County Liquors.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so the liquor license renewal is approved.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yep.
Thank you. And now I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn as the local liquor licensing authority and we convene as Board of County Commissioners.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn as local liquor license authority and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I second.
Okay, having a motion in second, all in favor?
Aye.
And we are now reconvened as the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. And we'll move on to item number 9, the resolution 24-59, authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the Colorado Community Health Alliance. And Janie Barker, Human Services Director, and Jamie Boyle, the grant manager and writer, will present.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Janie Barker. I'm the Director of Human Services.
And I'm Jamie Boyle, the grants writer and manager.
So we were approached actually by CCHA, who is a partner with Medicaid. They help Medicaid clients find providers like a dentist, a doctor, things like that. So they work closely with Medicaid clients. And we did our public health survey. Well, Elisa Witt did the public health survey in Gilpin County last summer, fall. And something that came out of that were a lot of responses of concerns around food insecurity. And so CCHA said that they had some grant money. They wondered if there was anything that they could do to help with that situation. And we went back and forth on a few different ideas. They finally settled on the using the grant funds to purchase a vehicle to help with the food pantry. The current vehicle that we have been using is a 2006 Sienna passenger van. There have been some issues with that in that sometimes it's needed for other things for human services. Also, the capacity is not big for that van. And we generally do a pickup about 3 times a month. The other week of the month, Food Bank of the Rockies comes up and delivers food to the food bank. But we do go down weekly other than that to pick up food. And also during the summer months, we're heading off to Loaves and Fishes or other places to try to find fresh produce to bring into the food pantry. So it does get used quite often for that. Another problem we've run into is it's also used to take away food that has spoiled or is not, is expired that we can't use. And so that has had a couple of times where that stuff has spilled out. And because there's carpeting in the van, we've had to have it detailed, which is a little bit costly to do that. So they have provided this saying that we could spend up to $55,000 for another vehicle that might suit the purposes better for the food pantry. And we've looked into some options. We're thinking that a cargo van would probably be the most suitable for what we need. And we can do that under that budget of $55,000. So are there any questions?
I'd like to start with, you said that you tossed around a few ideas. What were some of the other ideas?
Some of the other ideas were increasing hours for our volunteer coordinator for the food pantry and just looking at having it open more often. That's what I can remember off the top of my head. And they were the ones who made the choice on what we decided to do.
So you'll continue keeping it open just one.
We're
day a
looking
week?
at opening it another day of the week with just volunteers there, but we do have to have an employee there. And so we're trying to figure out how to be able to afford that in our budget.
I do have a question on the program itself. It's for Medicaid persons that apply for Medicaid. So can only Medicaid individuals use the services from this? I mean,
For CCHA,
Yes, are they requiring that only Medicaid patients get service from this van?
no.
Because obviously we have more people
Correct.
going to the pantry than our Medicaid
Correct.
persons. But
That
they
is
can't, we
not- that is
can,
not
that's
a
not a
limitation.
requirement of them.
No.
Okay.
Director Barker, have you looked into purchasing a hybrid? I know that the county has many hybrid vehicles for day to day, and it cuts down on fuel costs and
Correct.
et cetera. Have you looked into a hybrid?
That's a possibility, yes. We have looked at those.
There would be something that might be suitable.
They are a little more expensive, so we'd have to see. We also are more, the main thing we want to get is something that's all-wheel drive, so that it's not a rear-wheel drive, given living up here in the mountains in the winter. We kind of need to have the all-wheel drive, and so we need to make sure what that's going to pan out with. We're going to work with Public Works to figure out which exact vehicle would be purchased.
Are you allowed to purchase a used vehicle?
I don't know the answer to that. I can find that out.
It might reduce the cost if
Mhm.
it's a
You-
year or two old.
Yeah.
You indicated that you had looked at the cost of vehicles already and believe that what you need in this vehicle is less than $55,000.
Correct.
Okay, and did you get assistance from Director Combs on reviewing that?
Yes.
Okay, and you do have the fiscal impacts spelled out here.
I do, and I think they're kind of high. The depreciation is probably correct. I think the insurance, I think, is less than that. I just went off of what I found online, and then in talking to some other people that is not how much we pay for insurance in the county, but so it may be less than that. We're expecting the gas mileage to be around the same, possibly even better, just because it's a newer vehicle, even though it would be bigger and be able to carry more weight. It looks like the miles per gallon is actually a little bit higher.
Oh, okay.
And we're speaking with Director Combs recently, he indicated that the newer vehicles are warranty, and so a lot of the work that's being done that's required on them has to go to a warranty shop
Correct.
instead of being maintained in-house, and that's costing more. Did he provide the maintenance information for you, those numbers for you? Did he take that into consideration?
Not on a new vehicle. I know what we've spent on the Sienna over the last 5 years, but we did not talk about repairs and things on the new vehicle.
Okay, so the numbers that you show on here, the approximate $4,000 a month is just assuming general
It's not a
maintenance.
month, it's a year.
Year, yeah, that was for general maintenance and not necessarily warranty work.
Correct.
So the grant can't be used for maintenance.
No, they would, it
Only
just
for
it
purchase.
purchases the vehicle and that's it.
And the question came up from one of the speakers, the public comments was that who would be driving this vehicle and picking up? Would that be an employee or a volunteer?
That would be an employee.
So the present half-time employee that you have now would be doing that work. Okay.
And the volunteer coordinator's already driving and picking things up
Correct.
already.
Yes.
So it'd just be a different vehicle.
Yep.
Do you know when the vehicle is on the replacement? I know there's a vehicle replacement plan.
Correct.
Do you know if it's slated for next year?
I do not know for sure.
That's Ryan.
I know it was
here.
not slated to do this year.
Yeah. And Ryan's coming. Well, 2006, so it's probably getting close.
I would think. It's been a good vehicle. It's very reliable and it does what we need it to do. It's just not the best thing for the food pantry, for the things that it needs.
So they need more of a workhorse type of
Yes, yeah.
vehicle.
Is that the van that the seniors program used for field trips, or is that a different van?
That's a different van.
Different van. So this van is used just for human services events, projects, transporting. I'm just wondering what it's used for when normally.
The Sienna van.
Mhm.
It's used for a number of different things. Again, Corinne usually uses it the most for the food pantry stuff. There are times that my caseworkers will use it for going to a home visit, or they might have court down in Denver, and so they'll take that vehicle and leave another vehicle up here in case there's an emergency. Our community benefits people do some pop-up, if you want to call it that, where they go and are willing to meet with members of the community. They do the food pantry twice a month now, just to try to help people to see if they need to be on the benefits, how we can help them do that. So it's used for that as well. And then our Veterans Administration person also does some transporting. He normally uses a different vehicle, but sometimes he's used that one.
Is the plan to get rid of the old one then? So is this a replacement?
I would like to keep it because Human Services struggles with only the 3 vehicles that we have. If we could keep that one and then still have the food pantry one, then that would leave 3 for the other departments that need it.
I know you've come to the board before requesting
Yeah.
another vehicle and we haven't approved that yet.
Yeah.
So for the board,
I have one more question, if that's okay. When they're talking about these pop-up food pantry events, that's just not to bring food there, it's just to let people know that there is a food pantry in Gilpin County and
No,
you'll
it
have,
would be to bring food.
right, food.
Yeah.
So it's not just for employees telling them about the,
Correct. We would put
service.
food in the van, take it probably to Rollinsville. We haven't figured out all the details on that yet. That would be one of the places we'd want to go. 'Cause there are several places in the county where people, I mean, it's a smaller county, but there's still, some people still struggle to get around to where they need to go since there's no public transportation. So if we could take some food boxes, some options for people.
you're doing that already, aren't you, with the meals programs for the seniors? You bring warm meals to them, you bring also some groceries to them. Is that what you're doing now? as well?
There aren't groceries brought to them. There are meals brought to them, but that's separate from the food pantry.
Okay.
That's the senior.
it's Meals on Wheels.
Meals,
The meals on wheels, so that's just the warm meals, it's not any groceries on that.
correct.
Okay.
So I know it's been talked about recently about the aging of the population in our
Mhm.
county, and more people are limited in their mobility. So that aspect is appealing.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Let's see, and I guess just a short question for Jamie. Are there any particulars about the grant we need to know? There's no matching funds, any other things that would be required to do?
The only things that I'm aware of are just the commitment to do a small number of pop-up pantries and to display the CCHA logo on the vehicle.
Okay,
And this has to be purchased, it says, by April 15th.
That's their preference. We're gonna, if it's approved, we will definitely try to do that. I think that's doable.
So it's a little flexible
Yeah.
date.
okay. And then all of this did come about because of public health
Mhm.
research and finding that this is a need in the community.
Correct.
Agree with
CCH has a member, has a person that sits on the public health board,
Mhm.
who works with CCHA and is on the board. And so she said, they were talking about the survey, and she said, is there a way we can help, talk to your food pantry people about some of the ways that we could help with the food insecurity?
I know we get emailed updates from CCHA through that representative.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
we are familiar with the organization. Well, if you don't get this, what will you do? Just keep on
Continue
keeping on.
As we are.
Hope the van doesn't break
Moving on.
down.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't break down, and we're planning to buy some liners for the back of the van if we need to try to cut down on the incidence of it being smelly and all of that kind of stuff, so.
I remember last year when she went and picked up, I think it was fish or something.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, I was there when they were trying to clean out the bats. That was,
Yeah.
I was an older to remember.
So you're intending to purchase a vehicle with all the features that you need, so it doesn't require any updating at all. It'll have the liner, it'll have open areas back so that you don't have seating back there. And
Correct.
I don't know, four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive capability?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So there's no additional cost to make it, other than putting a sign on the side,
Right.
shouldn't be any additional cost. for the
No, there
purchase.
shouldn't be an additional cost to the actual vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the 4,000 per year in your budget? Is that-
We've talked about some different things. And my finance person and I have been discussing some ways that we would be able to cover that.
So if they didn't have the Sienna van, they wouldn't have the money to cover it. We have an evaluation system for vehicles as to the cost of maintenance and whether we should be trading them in generally. So I'm not sure if this particular vehicle has been identified as a higher ranking vehicle to be traded in or repurposed, but that would be the potential cost savings of no longer maintaining the Sienna, and then the cost of maintenance would then shift to this new vehicle.
So they're indicating that they want to keep the vehicle they have. Are you thinking about a different vehicle throughout the county?
We'll have to have that conversation. I just don't know where it ranks in the overall system of whether it should be replaced or not. And there's a whole criteria system that Public Works has established based on the year, the cost of maintenance, the purpose, things of that nature. And then that's determining what vehicles are more in need of being replaced or not. And I just don't know where this vehicle sits, fortunately.
And that's why I asked earlier if you did know.
I know it's been pretty cheap to maintain.
Yeah. But I know it's not getting any younger.
Right.
So then let's say that you keep the Sienna, use it, its time is done, then are you going to be asking for another vehicle? Or you'll just at that time readjust? Since you have this one.
When the Sienna is done, I would ask for another vehicle, yes. Like you said, I've already asked for one. That would be mostly used by child welfare, adult protection, and community benefits.
So, I'm sorry, let me understand. If you had to get the Sienna is no longer available, gets traded in, and you'd like to have one replaced, you would like to focus that more on child services instead of the other things that you described that use it presently?
No, it would be for all of those. There's money in child welfare to be able to pay for that, child welfare and our TANF funds, but so it would mostly be used for that, but it would also be available for other
Okay.
things if it's needed.
Okay. Any other questions or
I
comments?
was just in the past, has the state paid for these vehicles that you use for child services in the past? Have they provided grants for that? Is that something the county has always provided?
The current one we have the county paid for, and so that's the Highlander, which is specific for child welfare because child welfare needs to have a vehicle available in the office 24/7 in case they need to go out on an emergency. We were looking for a second vehicle because we had a RAV4 that went back to human service or to human resources. And we were using that one, but it went back to human resources. So we were looking to replace that one. The Sienna has been able to help with that. I don't feel comfortable having clients in the Sienna because of its age. And the distance that we may travel. If you're traveling an hour and an hour back, if you've got an elderly Vietnam veteran, I don't want them sitting on the side of the road, which could happen in a newer vehicle. But so we were just looking at different options.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I have none.
No, I'm going to propose some changes to the resolution. So in the second whereas, it says the Gilpin Food Pantry has engaged, but actually it's been you, correct? So that could change to Gilpin Human Services Director has engaged in discussions.
Well, I did it as on behalf of the food pantry, but we can change it.
It just indicates a person.
Yeah.
Not a place. And then I would ask that you explore a hybrid and a used and do some comparisons and see what the best value would be.
Sure.
Okay.
As long as it stays with below the $55,000 limit.
Right.
Thank you.
If the Sienna is traded in, that could be additional money that could go towards a hybrid. Is the board interested in entertaining that as an option?
Yeah,
I don't know if we're going in that direction. Has Director Combs indicated that's one of the vehicles he wants to trade in?
I cannot confirm that. I know we're still using it, but I know there's a need in human services. I just don't know where it sits as to whether it's at a point of being replaced. But I do know there is another grant opportunity that's going to be coming forward about trading in potentially older vehicles, higher age vehicles, higher ones that are not less fuel efficient for newer vehicles. I don't know if Ms. Boyle can kind of elaborate on that. And I believe it's something through community development that they've identified as a grant opportunity, separate from this conversation. I think it's going to be coming later on, but I don't know if you can elaborate on that or not. I think it's good.
It's very much what you said, although I do think the focus is more on electrical vehicles than hybrids.
I see.
Okay, I would prefer not to discuss trading in the Sienna at this point in time. If it does come up in the future, then we'll have that. I prefer to discuss it then.
we
So,
might keep it just for its natural life unless it's on the, because none of us knows where it is on the replacement, but just let it be for now. Are we going to add also on the resolution that we're going to give you the ability to implement the sale?
Well, we definitely could do that. I know I end up signing all the titles and I'm involved in all the vehicle purchases. But we could definitely add in a number 5 that authorizes the county manager to purchase the vehicle or do subject to the grant.
I thought you had authority to purchase anything less than $100,000 because you didn't need, just needed
Yeah,
our approval, but you had the authority to pick out
I
the.
do. I do.
So do we need that added to this resolution?
Just
would-
administratively, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner.
I was just saying that we've discussed having who's going to close the deal on all our resolutions,
We did.
whether, yeah,
Mhm.
that's why I brought it up.
There, if the price point goes above 50,000, but below the 55,000 that we've been granted, the request is that we do a memorandum of understanding with them as well. So it may be prudent if we're updating the resolution language anyway to include something to that effect, enabling the county manager to do the MOU if it comes to it.
Can he write a memorandum sign a memorandum of understanding without the commissioner's approval?
Only if he is authorized by the commissioners to do
Okay.
so.
Okay.
So that would be if it goes over the 55,000 or the
If
50,000?
it's between 50 and 55.
Oh, okay.
So how do you want that amendment written and where?
Just as you just said, to implement that we would authorize the county manager to implement the MOU if the purchase price is between that.
So you're ready for we'll entertain for motion with the amendments?
It's my turn.
Do you think all the amendments are captured? Do you have good notes? Okay. I move to approve resolution 24-59. This is authorizing the acceptance of a grant offered by the Colorado Community Health Alliance to purchase a vehicle for the Gilpin County Food Pantry, not to exceed $55,000. With, do you want me to put in the additional $4,000 estimated for maintenance per year? I guess that's per year, right? With the amendments as discussed. he needs to go through them? Or do you want us to go through them? No.
Yeah, number 3 does have the approximate
Mhm.
cost. So we're
I'm
good.
just saying it out loud.
Oh, okay. Okay, and a second?
I just want clarification on the amendments. The only one I'm aware of is the one with the allowing authorization for the county manager to sign a memorandum of understanding if the cost is between $50,000 to $55,000. But
Okay.
what was the other? It was there another?
So the first one was in the second whereas to change it to read the Gilpin Human Services Director has engaged in discussions. Also, it could be under item 1 that they explore a hybrid and used vehicle. And then adding number 5, which authorizes the county manager to purchase a vehicle and implement the MOU if the purchase price is between $50,000 and $55,000.
Okay.
Were there any others?
I think that was,
Okay.
covers those.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and resolution 2459 is adopted, 3-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And now we'll move on to resolution 2461, amending the list of official appointments.
Thank you, Commissioners. So before you, you have a resolution amending the official appointment list. During the annual appointment list, the emergency manager was named as Sheriff Armstrong. I see in here you have an older version from 2023 where it was Nathan Whittington, but the current emergency manager is Sheriff Armstrong. The position of the emergency manager has been filled with Melissa Lewis, which you met her at the last meeting, I believe. So the request is to name Melissa Lewis as the emergency manager per CRS 2433.5.
Should be fairly straightforward. Any
No
questions
comments?
or comments?
All right, Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 2461, adopting the list of official appointments to remove Sheriff Armstrong and replacing that position with Melissa Lewis.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all in favor of adopting resolution 24-61?
Aye.
And the resolution is adopted 3-0. Okay, and now resolution 24-60, appointing a Gilpin County representative to the new Child Care Center's Board of Directors. And Lindsay will be presenting for us.
Am I okay sitting
That-
here?
That's fine, yes.
All right, so this resolution is to appoint a Gilpin County representative to the new nonprofit board of directors for the new child care center. Does not have a name yet. We have the naming survey out there. There are some contenders, but we're still waiting to finalize the name. But really the first step is to get the board of directors set so we can do the articles of incorporation and the bylaws, and then to officially apply for the nonprofit status with the IRS as a 501c3. So this is really the first step in that process. Highly recommend a commissioner to be appointed. I believe Janie Barker has also been in talks of being that appointee as well. So leave that decision up to you all for that appointee.
I suggested that Janie, Director Barker, be appointed as a board member at this point in time. I think since it's a new organization and we're trying, the board is trying to encourage this new organization to be independent and autonomous. We do want to have some oversight, but I think it'd be better to have the Human Services Director to be our liaison. to encourage the organization to maintain their autonomy. And I believe in the future, as it become more settled, I think having a commissioner on the board would be, is definitely appropriate. But I think through this transition stage, having a little bit of distance between the board and the new organization would be a better approach. And that is why I suggested Director Barker.
And
And
just-
she does have experience in running a daycare system, a daycare service. I believe, Director Barker, would you like to say a few words?
Hello again.
Hello.
I do have experience working in childcare centers. They were for-profit centers. My degree is in child development, my undergraduate degree, and so I worked in childcare for many, many years and went all the way from a teaching assistant all the way up to the director of a center for kindercare, and enjoyed that immensely. And there are days that I miss being around the little kids, but yeah, I would be honored if you guys would choose me to do that, or if you think there's somebody that's better suited, then I would recommend you choose them.
Okay, I guess my only concern would be, I know you're very busy and you're on call 24/7 with your current position. Would you have the bandwidth to help establish? Because I do feel the steering committee meets frequently and things are only going to intensify as, as they're putting in paperwork and making other decisions.
Correct. I am not currently on call 24/7. My program manager, program manager for child welfare and adult protection is on call 24/7.
Oh,
Sometimes I take over for her to give her a break, but I am not on call 24/7. I do feel like this is something that I could take on at this time.
okay.
And is there still the advisory committee in addition to the board? Okay, so they're doing part of the work or just advising? I shouldn't say just, but they're advising and the board's doing the
Yeah, they'll be
drafting
like
of the.
voting and doing all that stuff,
Okay.
but the advisory committee might be there for maybe somebody has experience with bylaws or articles of incorporation. I know Jeannie Nicholson, she doesn't want to be on the board, but she wants to be involved in helping getting it, the paperwork established and set in. So I think still having the advisory committee in there
Mhm. Okay,
will still occur.
sharing some of the tasks a little bit.
Still on mute, sorry.
I don't really have any other questions or anything. I think your experience fits well with this role. And since you've said you have the capacity to do it, I think that sounds good. And I think you're also a good nexus between the families in the county. Your staff know what's going on in the county with the families. And maybe you can help to identify people that aren't using childcare now that would be eligible.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like they're going to still do a sliding scale to some degree.
And there's CCAP as well to be considered as a program. too.
Right.
Okay, so if there are no further questions or comments,
I don't have any more. No.
okay, I'll be open for motion.
Is it my turn? I move to approve Resolution 24-60. This is appointing a Gilpin County representative to the new nonprofit Child Care Center's Board of Directors, and so named Janie Barker as the representative.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-60 is adopted with Janie Barker as representative.
Thank you, Janie, for stepping up. Appreciate it.
And you'll still be involved, Susan, correct? In the advisory.
Yeah, if they ask me, I can be on the advisory board as well.
I know you were really helpful with the financial analysis when the last nonprofit was struggling. Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll move on to our county attorney's report. Brad Benning.
Thank you, commissioners. So our water rights investigations are still ongoing. I do have some updates from our consultants, Bishop Brogdon Associates, and I plan to schedule a meeting with the board at a later date to discuss those. Working on our roads memo, that has been on hold a little bit here. And then working with CTSI, County Public Works, regarding our utility truck that was damaged. We're hoping to get better quotes for payment of the damages. Currently, they're not, the quotes that we got from vendors was not, or from appraisers, was not anywhere close where we needed it. So we're working on that to get that corrected. We are working on several litigation matters, road matters, and we have one case that we currently have a trial scheduled, not trial scheduled, but we have a case that's been submitted, I should say, filed, and we're working with CTSI and an attorney there helping us. I'll be sitting second chair as if and as she may need me. I did respond this last period to all the commissioners. There were various questions that I met with commissioners in our regular meetings. We also, Sarah helped me as well with meeting our new director of OEM, Melissa Lewis, and we were able to provide her with some information and learn more about her. And so that led to us looking to postpone the MOU we have planned with the Netherlands for the I can't think of the name, our emergency evacuation center. So that's on hold based on some legislation right now at the recommendation that we hold off until we confirm that the pending legislation regarding the housing of animals is dealt with, and we can confirm if that's something we need to consider in our MOU. We also have, we're assisting, I did assist in some matters regarding the Golden Gate State Park, Gap Road, maintenance discussion. Obviously been working with the clerk and recorder regarding messaging public on the elections. So I've met with Sahari several times. I know that I'm working with the county manager's office, and we're working on information to provide the public. So they are aware of all the laws that actually exist on elections, and that we can provide a better and direct information regarding those laws and what can and cannot be done and when. So that's and we're working on currently. Contracts, as Ryan mentioned, we have been able to get through most of the contracts, as you'll see in here, and just I think just one or two that are still just waiting for final changes. I know it's not necessarily our delay, but we did finally get our road diligence case with our Clear Creek and North Clear Creek water rights, conditional water rights. So that is now been submitted for getting our final decree, and that looking at some trademark matters for the county regarding our seal, and then obviously participated, not most recently, but previously on the lobbyists and their legislation presentations, and provided some input on a couple of the bills. I did reach out to the governor's office and assisting with county manager's office regarding, and a commissioner that regarding the Moffett Tunnel and the permit. Also looking at how best to work with and implement our legislation for the fire suppression ponds. Right now, I did have a kind of as I mentioned previously, wanted to kind of put this out to the public, but it is very complicated as far as the things that are needed to know as far as finding these fire suppression ponds that are actually legally, that can be used legally. So I'll be working with Division of Water Resources as well as the Division of Fire and Safety to see if they have mapping and other things that we can use to identify those ponds, and work with our local fire departments, Timberline, who called out in legislation to be one of the implementers as well. And then again, core requests, we have had some core requests. Core law will be changing, so we'll be updating that as the law, if and when the law on that changes this year, election year. And again, Sarah's been again handling all the core requests and doing a great job. So, and I should say Sarah is obviously, as you know, an integral part in all of this. So thank her as well. That's what I have. Thank you.
I had a question. This legislation hasn't passed yet for this year, or did it pass? The new updated, the changes in the core law. Is that still in legislation?
You know, I think it's still in legislation.
It is.
Still, okay.
Still in process, being amended.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And being none, we'll move on to the county manager's report.
Thank you, commissioners. You have my written report in your packet. I'll hit some of the highlights here for you. So the next meeting is, regular meeting is March 26th for 2 weeks from today. Work session topics, we have the legislative discussions that are fully virtual. One was yesterday. We have 3 left that are scheduled. The next work session in person with the board is the next Tuesday on the 19th. The tentative topics are South Beaver Creek Road improvement status, public work call schedule, plow roadway classification, community center annex, the design. You're going to see the latest design from the architect regarding that. Also also known as the food pantry for clarification. Veteran services, there's some legislative changes in the works with veteran services, so some discussions there. U.S. Forest Service, the potential closures for indiscriminate shooting, and then the shooting range update. Those are tentative on if we can have representatives from the Forest Service here and a representative from Clear Creek County. So we're going to be finalizing that, and then there'll be no more than 2 policies as well, which we haven't finalized which ones. Those would be coming on the 19th, the work session a week from today. The work session dates are listed there below. We're going to be working through exactly the topics in the near future. The IT specialist, that position's been posted. We had a good level of interest. First level of candidates have been selected for interviews. Those will start on Thursday. There's a building plan review and inspection service. An informational meeting on the report, it says April 17th. That has been rescheduled to May 8th at 6 p.m. here in the courthouse. It'd be good for you all to be aware of that, attend as well if able. It's really just going to be an informational meeting with the consultant, Charles Abbott and Associates, our community development team, and then the general public, so they can raise any questions or concerns that they may have regarding their services. I do provide a brief summary of the gaming numbers, which is the lion's share of the revenue of the county there below. And you can see that this is for 7 months out of the 12 months for actuals. That Blackhawk is up 0.51% for 7 months year over year. Central City is down 16.22%. And since our revenue is directly tied to their revenue, and this is related to the gaming taxes, looks like our gaming numbers will be slightly lower by about $48,000. These are approximate numbers, but they're actual numbers based on 7 over the 12 months. So I wanted to make sure the board saw that information as we progress through the year, that we're looking good for from a revenue standpoint. Last meeting, the board approved electioneering resolution that authorized me to create electioneering policy. So that was completed. We have received a number of questions and concerns from the public. So we are working through kind of a Q&A. So we will make sure that the public is very clear of the specifics associated with that. And since we're still working through the Q&A, we're not actively enforcing the policy on electioneering yet. But we will once that's out. But we are working through the Q&A because we really just want this to be informational for the public to document the existing policy that the county has had for quite a long time is the purpose. And we don't want to be going after anyone for any sort of punitive actions. We're just trying to make sure that everyone understands kind of the rules of the road and not impact them in their day-to-day operation. So stay tuned for that. We're working through the Q&A and we'll release it soon and amend the policy with the Q&A. The Moffett Tunnel lease is going to be up in 6 months. So we are working on creating a stakeholder group for counties that were part of the original district. At some point, we're going to be asking a commissioner to attend. Our request will be for other commissioners to attend. This came from a request from the lead negotiator for the Moffett Tunnel lease, who's working closely with the UP. But there's not a lot of information going out to key stakeholder groups such as Gilpin County. So we have offered and they have accepted for us to lead the efforts of reaching out to other counties so we can start having these conversations regarding the lease. So I very much enjoyed to know who over the 3 commissioners would be interested in serving in that role as we start to facilitate that and schedule that hopefully this month. And then the last thing I'll mention is I'm sure everyone's aware of the weather report. We're expecting a foot of snow tomorrow and a foot of snow on Thursday. So we do have a snow call scheduled this afternoon to see whether there'll be any reductions in services Wednesday or Thursday. And I'll stand for any questions.
I have a couple of questions on the policies for March 19th, work session. You said there are 2 policies. Could you tell me which 2 are we going to be doing?
So we have a long list. I don't know. I can get you that list after as to the various ones. They're on the agenda for the SLT. But it's really dependent on how far certain policies are through the process. If you have a specific request for one from that list, I'm happy to oblige. But it's really, we've identified a number of policies, and then once we identify them, then we're just working through which ones we can bring forward.
So that same request has gone out to the senior leadership team as well. So between them and the commissioners, 2 policies will be.
So the list is on the agenda for senior leadership, so they know the ones we're working on. So if anyone has any input, they're welcome to provide any input, but we're not actively soliciting in senior leadership for input on the policies as they're coming through, unless it's directly related to their department in some way.
So there are 2 policies selected already to discuss at the work session.
Not yet. We're going to be finalizing those this week.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had was, you said that the electioneering policies information is being developed and a question and answer format online. And then how is the decisions going to be presented to the public and to the commissioners?
So the policy has already been approved by the board at the last meeting to move forward, and they authorized myself to create that policy. So I've already created that policy and it's been approved and shared. But we've received a number of questions. So we're working on a Q&A to expand on the policy. And once we do that, then we're going to be sharing that widely. But before we share the Q&A, we're going to be soliciting additional comment and input from a few key staff members, mainly the attorney's office and other groups that may be interested, clerk recorder specifically, that deal with electioneering matters. And then we're going to be releasing the Q&A. I'm happy to share the draft with the board prior.
Q&A is going to be posted publicly then?
Yes,
Then
once it's complete, it's
once
going
it's
to be.
complete, and then also with the board at the same time.
I'm happy to share a near final draft with the board prior to release, so you know where it's going generally. But again, it's really supposed to be very informational.
Okay. And let's see, I had another question, I believe. No, I think that was it. Thank you.
Did you mention that you want us to go ahead and discuss who would serve on the Moffett Tunnel stakeholders?
It would be great, so we know which of the 3 of you would be interested in serving on this. It is really tailored specifically just to the lease on the Moffett Tunnel. It's not about the greater passenger rail topic. But there is some bleed over between the various topics. Specifically with the lease, they're talking about, they wanted more input on the East Portal cabins. And we've shared that information. I've shared that information with the board, but for the narrow focus of the lease, yes, the request is which of the three commissioners would be interested in serving on this? Because these meetings are, they're all about the negotiation with Union and Pacific. They absolutely cannot be open to the public, which is why we can only have one commissioner in attendance.
Well, I know all three commissioners, I believe all three commissioners indicated that they were interested in being in those negotiations. And I just want to, I know limiting it to one, I think it makes it difficult to get feedback as far as what's going on. And what the assumption is that the discussions are going to represent the interests of the other two commissioners. So my recommendation, and we've had difficulty, and we tried to start a monthly meeting with the two cities, Black Rock and Central City. And we got a request for the board to meet, and we got a request from one of the mayors that it'd be just one commissioner, and prefer the commissioner, the chair, and the commissioner from District 1. And at that time, the other two commissioners insisted that all three of them attend in a rotating manner. And that caused difficulties. And so that whole organization, that whole relationship stopped. And so I'm thinking we all want to be part of this discussion. And I think the best way to handle it is to have you as our representative to come back and report to us. And if that's acceptable, or do they want a higher level person in there? Was it requested from CDOT to have a single commissioner?
Yes, it was asked for a commissioner to be involved in this discussion. I'm happy to serve in whatever role the board wants me to serve. And I understand your concern, Commissioner Mornis. My role, I would still be involved in some way, would be in ensuring that the information is shared with the other two commissioners as it's relevant to the overall discussion, to keep all three of you in the loop as much as possible. But unfortunately, it's not possible to have more than two or more in these meetings.
Well, and my concern is the same as well as having information passed on. And if there'll be one commissioner from all the other counties, other county
That's the
stakeholders.
intention.
Yeah.
So let me add too. So county manager and I met with Mr. Putnam. And we were specifically talking about the Moffett Tunnel lease. I've never expressed an interest in being in on those negotiations. So sorry if that was misheard. My interest is to remain on the passenger rail committee since all the rail is in District 3. So I was actually thinking differently. Also going back to the Blackhawk Central City, we did offer to meet with them quarterly, and we are meeting with Central City. Blackhawk declined. So I didn't want that to sound misleading, that any action led to a different action. With the passenger rail, because Mr. Putnam would like to have a commissioner from each of the counties that were on the original lease, that would be Denver up through Moffett. So he is desiring a commissioner from each county beyond that, because it's just a higher level with more ability to speak on behalf of the county. So that was his desire. I actually was going to see if Commissioner Berman would like to be on the negotiations part of that, because she's very good with the budgets and the finance part because of her financial background. And I'm not sure that the decision about who holds the lease is going to impact for Gilpin County too much the operations of the tunnel, but we would like to have a say to make sure that both sides of the tunnel are represented. Grand County has been involved and very vocal about what they would like on their side. So it just seems fitting that we would have and that's commissioner. We would have a commissioner that would be a voice for Gilpin.
Okay, and it was my understanding that the stakeholders meeting would mostly be informational as far as.
Maybe.
Correct. We would not be in any way leading or actively involved in the negotiation itself. It's just to make sure that we're all in the loop as to what's going on, because at this point, we really have heard nothing for a number of years, absent of a few kind of side conversations. And it's important for the stakeholders to be in the loop that there's some activity. So it was envisioned or discussed that there'd be kind of three layers. There would be the direct negotiation with Union Pacific from the state. There'd be the stakeholder level, which is where there would be a commissioner serving on this and kind of learning what's going on generally. And then there'd be this public aspect later on in the process.
Yeah, and I, would go ahead and serve on that. And then if we could work out a way of passing on, a formalized way of passing on information, so we make sure everyone's involved and has information, up-to-date information. As to
I
what's
think
going
we
on.
really should discuss that because we've had difficulty getting information when, we split up on the senior leadership team, we split up on the MAC meetings, and that information doesn't always come back to the commissioners. And so I think if we have a process for getting the information, a summary sheet or something that is provided immediately after the meeting, so it's not sent out a month later or lost in the emails. I would really like to get that in place, and I have no objection to Chair Berman being on the committee.
Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll make sure and have a formalized way of having information passed to the other commissioners.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Was there something else you wanted us to address? Is that the only item?
That's all I recall. Am I missing something?
No? Just
Okay.
Okay, and so we've got the commissioners report, and now we'll open the floor for public or press comment, limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone else that signed up for the?
No, nobody else
Anyone?
unless any of those original people would like to say anything.
Okay, and do we have anyone online?
We do. Barbara Hart's raised her hand.
Thank you for unmuting me. I wasn't sure how to do that. I just wanted to say thank you to Melanie for her hard work getting the word out from a county perspective. Many of you know Roger Baker used to write a column that ran in the Mountaineer and the Weekly Register Call for many years. Melanie's information is informative and offers unique perspective of what's going on at the county level. I'm excited for these news briefs and applaud the county for bringing on community information and a community engagement officer that is sharing so much more than we have received in the last couple of years. So thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, Barbara. And anyone else?
No.
Okay, so we'll close the public press comment, and we'll go on to the Board of County Commissioners report and notice of public meetings.
I'd like to, just in the past week, I attended a CCI legislative briefing and a CCAT construction defects meeting and the Board of Health meeting, and also attended this week our lobbyist work session.
Okay, and then I'd also like to highlight that last night, and I believe it was brought up in first public comment, but it was skewed information. The meeting that was held for parents of children 0 to 8 was sponsored by Triad Bright Futures group, and it was to get information and talk with parents of children 0 to 8. And it was indeed very well attended. We have 15 15 showed up, and there were a lot of couples that were there, parents. And we were talking with them in regards to seeing what they felt their needs were here in Gilpin County as far as having support for raising children here in the county and what they need. And it was indeed has been brought up that childcare is very much high on their list. And that was supported and We didn't have a spaghetti dinner, we had sandwiches, and there was PB&J for the kids. And the donations, the $25 gift cards were donations from businesses in Netherlands who did supply that. And there was a raffle of a 10 punch card, and that was generously offered by the community center. So that was what that was. It had nothing to do really with the county government. It was from Triad Bright Futures, who sponsored it, ran it, and paid for it.
And that was a drawing, not a raffle.
And it was a drawing, not a raffle.
Right.
Correct.
All right. So some other things. Commissioner Bergman and I did attend the GROC Opioid Council Regional Conference. And part of the reason that we attended was that all of the grantees were being celebrated, and that included our sheriff's office. They applied for a grant to start a co-responder program. This has been under discussion for a few years. So they will be starting the first Gilpin County co-responder program. And so the grant will cover all the equipment that they need to outfit every patrol car with a device that they can tune in live with a trained mental health professional. So we're excited about that. Both of us also attended the biennial Jefferson Center discussion. And we talked about things that are working, gaps in Gilpin County, and other ideas, all in the realm of mental health services offered by Jefferson Center to Gilpin County. As was mentioned, we had the Board of Health meeting. All three of us attended that. I also attended the NOCO Executive Committee, and we're still working on the unauthorized trail mapping that will start next month. We did select a vendor through an RFP process. And the goal of that is to figure out in the region, including Gilpin, where we have trails that have been created by people wandering off. And the intent is that it's public lands. We want to make sure that people aren't going from public land to private land because they see a trail, and also to shut down or redirect trails and create better mapping of authorized trails. And of course, that's to, protect the environment, the public lands, and not interrupt wildlife. So that's part of the goals of that. We also had an update. The communications team is creating a QR code-led mapping, and so that'll be for the whole region. Melanie Blyer is actually on the communications team now that she's been hired. And so that map will be available to the public, and they can look on the map and click on things. So we're going to highlight some things in the county that are either places to go. So like, of course, we'll highlight James Peak Wilderness because that's a pride and joy. But then we can also have informational little icons that they can click on. So one probably will be about ATV use, where it's allowed and not allowed, because in our region, the 5 counties, no one allows them on county roads. So just to clarify that for the public. And then can you remember another idea for one of those information ones? So James Peak Wilderness, we're gonna perhaps do Maryland Mountain because that's so fabulous about the biking and the hiking there, so that people know that that exists and there's a fantastic trailhead all set up. So, and then each of the 5 counties will add to that map. So those are some things. And then we've all been attending the CCI CCAT. Right now, there's a lot of discussion about strategic growth and land use bills, and also construction defects. So those are being discussed and amended to better suit the needs of the counties.
Okay. And to go on for notice of public meetings, March 19th, which has been mentioned, we'll have a work session starting at 9 a.m. here in the Commissioners Meeting Room We will also be having a work session with Central City's City Council in their chambers starting at 5:30. March 25th, we'll have a legislative review, and then March 26th will be our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting here starting at 9 a.m. Pretty much everything. And now I'll entertain a motion that we recess to executive session. It's your
Okay.
turn. You get the long one.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to recess to executive session for discussion of a personnel matter under CRS 24-6-402 FL. Personnel matters except if the employee who is the subject of the session has requested an open meeting, or if the personnel matter involves more than one employee. All of the employees have requested an open meeting, and for the purpose of conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS 24-6-402 relative to potential litigation.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And we will now recess to executive session. Thank you. Okay, we're set. Now entertain a motion that we adjourn executive session and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
So moved, since you just said all of it.
And a second?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And we've now reconvened as Board of Gilpin County Commissioners. And consider we've gone through the business. I'll now entertain a motion.
Are you going to report out or
Pardon?
are you going to report out or are you going to, you just only wanted in a motion?
We can do it in a full motion.
Okay. So the purpose of our executive session was for the annual evaluation for the county manager. And during our executive session, we agreed upon a increase of 3.5% annual increase. So the motion is to accept that 3.5% increase for the county manager.
Resulting in a total of $180,512.28. Second?
I motion, she second.
Okay. And having a motion in a second, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And it's adopted 3-0. And having finished our last business, we can now adjourn at 2:26 p.m.
Thank you all. See the people online.